Hello, hello, hello. Ooh, ASMR. Ooh, 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 ooh. It's the pineapple. Take it down just a little bit. Ooh. There, it's good. It's good there. Okay. Okay, we got a big fucking day ahead of us. We got a lot of shit to do today. By the time we end the stream, I want to be able to put shit in that cauldron. And it has our potion. That's the plan. We got a lot of shit to do. So that way I can share something on the social meds. Because I have, I'm social special needs. Alright, finish WP Cauldron potion panel, build potion panel function. That's what we were doing last night, well, yesterday evening. And yeah, we just needed to finish that up. That's just a bunch of blueprints we already know how to put together. We just need to put it together. Oh, I hate that fucking Windows feature. You like take your window and you like shake it fast, it minimizes everything. And they thought that was a good feature. Thanks, Bill Gates. All right. Open up our UI, potion panel, build potion panel function. What about? All right. Where did we leave off? Okay. We get all the ingredients that we bring in from the alchemy table function. Like an etch-a-sketch. Yeah, it is pretty much like an etch-a-sketch. They still make those? They must still make those. Kids aren't playing with them. They got it on their fucking iPads. Man, look, you know how they say, like, you know with like Game of Thrones, they say every time a Targaryen was born, the gods flipped a coin? I feel like that's the case for millennials, right? Like, either we're pretty decent, or we're just fucking retarded. Don't cancel me for using that word, because I like it. You know, it's like, you don't... Nobody sees somebody with, like, some mental disability and calls them a retard. Because that's not nice. And if you've ever seen somebody with, like, let's say Down syndrome or something, right? They look like the happiest people. They're having fun, they're smiling, they're so nice to interact with. There's some of the greatest people you can talk to. But I mean, you look at people who are doing like pranks on YouTube and TikTok where they're assaulting people or stealing dogs or trespassing. No, those are the real retards. Okay, so like with millennials, like I think the gods flip, you know, they flip a coin, right? But with our generation, raising kids on all this technology, substituting real people for screens, real interactions for screens, parenting with screens, that's going to produce some of the most emotionally and socially stunted people on the planet. You think that there are mental health problems now? Ooh, wait until our generation kids, they start growing up. And I'm not saying that like there aren't good parents among that. 'Cause I know plenty who are fully aware of the dangers of some of this stuff, especially like screen addiction. But there are plenty who aren't. Probably more than there are who are aware of it. And that's gonna bite society in the ass. Kids can't even name basic knowledge in geography or speak their native language correctly. Oof. I don't think like the occasional use of like slang it's a bad thing. Even I say like too much, more than I should. But I am not a bad offender for it, in my opinion. Okay, so we get all the ingredients, grab their struct for each loop because we want to get all the effects in each ingredient. For each, we are going to add to a local variable of possible effects. And now we need an array of possible effect tiers. Possible effect. Array. Tiers. Alright. It's not equal to none. We add unique. If it was added, we simply need to get the tier and add it to the array. Not add unique. Okay, effect tier. I don't like how that's going. I'm gonna bring it up. I'm gonna go up and around like this. It's gonna look kind of dirty, but fine. Can always move everything else kind of to the right a bit. Good enough. Yeah, the screen addiction is real. I worked with a guy who is actually not my age, but oh god, he's got 2 daughters. They're probably around 10. There's one that's a bit older. And I think the guy was probably 10, 15 years older than me. And one of them got really addicted to screens. But he knows, he was like aware of it, he caught it early and was able to, put kind of strict measures in place. Certain amounts of time per week to use it. Being not being in private while using it, so you use it, out in the open. I have another friend who I worked with, and she had a friend who has a son who got really addicted to screens, but they didn't really control it at all, that family. So when they finally realized the problem, it was so bad that he was getting like violently angry if they tried to take his screens away. Oh my god, it's gonna be more common. I gotta check. Oh no, wait. I wanted to quickly check if our videos are getting hit with copyright claims. I didn't upload anything from yesterday because we were doing some work. They're okay. I'm gonna switch over to the Twitch dashboard chat. It's got more features. Do that. Okay. Can I just not have this? Let's do that. I believe some of the measures we had to take with our youngest. Me. I don't know if it was necessarily. I mean, it was like the early days of there being more than just the TV in everybody's home, right? Now it was multiple TVs per home. Now it was handheld TVs. Now it was handheld TVs with specific functions like playing games, right? I think it was harder to diagnose, or people just didn't expect it to be the case. I don't know if I was necessarily addicted to screens as much as I was just addicted to games. I mean, maybe it was a bit of both, right? But I think it was more about the games than specifically the screens. Okay, if it adds unique, it's false. That means we already have it in the possible effects tier, which means we need to compare the effect to the tier and take the minimum. So we need to get we can get a ref. No, we need to get a ref to the possible effect tiers. Can I move this over to this side? Oh, that'd be huge. Hold on, I'm gonna readjust my stream layout here a bit. Because if TVs and computers in the rooms, their hands all the time, it's really sad. It's lazy parenting. Yes, I agree. You know, it's like that catch. You know, like when we were growing up, there was a point where it was negative for us socially to not have a phone, but it was also, there were benefits to having your kids at the, touch of a button, being able to contact them, know where they are and talk to them. But it was pretty late. You could get away with it pretty late. And I think that nowadays it's much more difficult just because of the integration of technology into society. There's even, teachers that are utilizing the technology in their classrooms more to engage with the students and their technology. And if they don't have it, they're kind of left out. But at the same time, I think it's a really, really bad thing to just be giving kids who don't know how to manage addictions, don't know how to identify it, to self-identify and to have the self-control to deal with it. To just be given these things that are absolutely addictive. Absolutely addictive. Well, flip phones, yeah, and it's like, okay, you could play like Snake on them, right? But it was like, it's like comparing Pong to a game with loot boxes and emotionally manipulative tactics that are used specifically to gain money from people. You play Pong, you play Snake on your phone. It's like, you're not going to do that for too long, and it's not really going to take anything more than your time. You could text, you could browse the web, but it's like, it was so slow back in that time, it just wasn't ideal. But boy howdy, these days it's not that. So we need to get... I don't want to get the index? Can't I find in an array? Why is it called find item? Is it just because it's a really weird? Because if I get from this, yeah, I find the integer. Maybe not. Maybe it is find. It's always been it. Whatever. Okay, find the effect ID. We'll move this down actually because I'm gonna need it for here. We get the index, we take the index, we find it in the possible effects tier, possible effect tiers. We'll get a ref to it. Set by ref. And that's going to be the minimum value. Between that and the effect tier here. If I'm not mistaken. Let me run through that logic. We want to add any unique effects we find. If it's added, we go true, we add the tier because it's a new effect. If it's not a new effect, that means it already exists. Which means we find the effect and where it exists in the possible effects array. And because the possible effect tiers array will match up index for index, we get the index of the possible effect tier that we've assigned it. And then we set by ref the minimum between the index that's there and the index that's in here. I think that's right. I mean, kids these days are just kind of not smart. I mean, some of them are, but not feeling it. Okay, we had an issue. Let me pull up that image that we did. I mean, right now we have two of these pieces put together. We have an array with the effect. We have a list of the tier. We almost need to build a separate thing, which is we need to tie certain ingredients to the effect that's going to be shown. How do we do that? We need to put it into this bit. What's the potion? Let me open that up. Yeah, we're gonna want to make a unique widget for this. For sure. This should be functional. Is there any other logic that we want to do here? That's the main question. Probably because we have the ingredient ID. This would almost be the best place to like the first ingredient, if it has 4 effects, we're going to be adding 4 unique effects to that list. And we should at that point also be at least setting up some data to say, okay, this ingredient is viable with this effect. So every time we add every time we either do this or we just do it before we even check this, we don't need to check. This check is purely for whether or not we add a new one to the list. But regardless, every time we grab an effect on an ingredient, that ingredient needs to be added to the list to this. I just closed it, I think. It needs to be added to this list of icons. Or associated in the data. How we associate that data, though, is going to be a little interesting. We could make a map, which is a type of variable where you have one piece of data, one variable assigned with another piece of data. So we could, for instance, tie an ingredient ID. I'll do it backwards for me, but so for you guys it looks like. So like we tie an ingredient ID to the index of where it exists in the possible effects array. So we can say, we can just essentially map ingredient ID to the effect that it has. And we don't necessarily care about the tier, because that can be built separately. That's more like a tooltip that pops up when we hover over the effect. I think that was the plan. Hovering over effect on potion outcome UI highlights ingredients that add that effect and shows their tier on Cauldron contents widget. Yeah, because that's where we're going to be showing the tier. That's why we have this whole big ass button in the first place, right? This one that we can hover over. We hover over it, and it's going to highlight the ingredients that are on this side with the tier that it's being added. That's the plan, at least. So here we don't need to save any information about the tier that is being added by it, because it's going to be shown over here. We just need to save the icon, which means we need either the icon or the ingredient ID. I think the ingredient ID is probably the safest and easiest thing because we already grab it. Plus, technically the ID is actually lower. It's better for performance just to save that. No, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Okay. So that means even before we do this, we just don't care. I mean, I guess I could just drag all this over. A little bit of a spaghetti. That's okay though. I mean, I could save that to a... I could actually just save this to a variable. Would clean up a lot of mess if I did that, to be honest. Let's do that. Let's promote that to a local variable. Current effect. And for anybody who doesn't know what that means, you're new to Unreal or you aren't very good with blueprints. A local variable is just stored in memory while that function is running, and then it's purged. Because you don't need the data outside of the function. Variables up here are stored while the actor or while the class is active. So those are always going to be stored in memory. Let's see, current effect, break, effect tier. Probably do it here too, just so I can kind of keep this area clear while I'm adding in the functionality that I need. Yeah, that looks a lot better, a lot more isolated. Okay, for now, let's just break that just so I can kind of work fresh, and we'll connect it all up afterwards. All right, so no matter what, we need to make a map of fname to integer. And this will be ID to effect tier index. All this, we'll promote this to local variable too, because I don't want to have to run a wire all the way over there. Current gradient. get current ingredient. I think it's been a while since I've worked with maps. I think you add. Yes. Add. Effect tier. Do we need to add the effect tier though? No, it wasn't effect tier index. It was the index of the effect type where it exists. Well, don't we need to run that then afterwards? What logic gates do we have? Oh god, what do they call them? Flow. Oh shit. Utilities, flow control. Let me see what I got. I don't think there's anything that ensures that something is run first. Oh, it says it executes a series of pins in order, but it's not exactly in order. Yeah, always called in order but without any delay. Do once multi-input? That's interesting. Here's the thing, if we're just saving we do need to run this afterwards, I think. And it's not effect tier index, it's just effect index. But I think we actually do have to run it after. Sorry if you just heard my hiccup. Would just be this same index, really. Unless I'm wrong, I don't know. I mean, we're gonna be running this through some testing anyway, so we'll just be rigorous about it. I think that's actually what we want to do with it. Because then that will make a map. And the thing with map, unlike array, you can have an array of all the same items if you want. But a map, every key needs to be unique, I believe. What it actually says, adds a key and value to the map. If something already uses the provided key, it will be overwritten with the new value. After calling, key is guaranteed to be associated with value until subsequent mutation of the map. So by doing this, I should have a unique... What's the thing? If something already uses the provided key... Maybe that isn't. Maybe we just need two separate arrays. What would that look like? What would the data look like? Somebody drilling. We'd have like ingredient ID 1. We might have copies in here. Whatever. I mean, we essentially would have. It would look like this. We for sure, if ingredient ID, you know, the first ingredient added had 4 effects. So it more needs to just be an array. I think I'm overcomplicating this. Give me a sec to think through this mentally. Yeah, we can't do the map. The map's too rigid of a thing to use here. Would just cause a lot of problems. We could do an array of we utilize the arrays at all? Like if we have possible effect tiers. We must need like two separate arrays. It's like I'm trying to like reuse the arrays here, but I actually don't think that the arrays that we use to build the effects list are going to be useful in building the I keep closing this. God, stop doing that. I actually don't think that the arrays that we use to determine this are at all useful in determining this. Yeah, every time that we add we actually need to build an array of F names. Ingredient array for icons. Actually, every time we do this, we need to add whatever current ingredient to this. Definitely not unique. We then need a new integer array. we'll call this effect index array for icons. Again, we don't want to add unique. With the opposite, and that will be this output of where it's located. They're going to be two pretty beefy arrays, but they'll be synchronized, so then we can just for each through them. Like we grab the ingredient, we grab the effect that it's supposed to be tied to. My only kind of worry with that, though, is because we have these are two separate vertical box columns. We almost need to tell it which index it was. And you go like, hey, you're index 0, you're 1, you're 2, you're 3. It's gonna be a little messy. It's gonna be a little messy and a little nice, I think. But we're not working with too crazy of ideas here. This should be functional. Actually move it back. Okay, we don't want to do anything with this. We just want to, we've built it. We've built the arrays with all the data that I believe we need. We now want to we just want to build this shit. But I think it's gonna be built in a weird way. I'm back to sleep, sorry. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, thankfully, I think we're gonna have a full day of this and get some good shit done, and then just have the weekend to ourselves. So yeah, have a good weekend too. We'll probably talk on the weekend because I still need some things. I need some answers. Thing is, this is not 0, 1, 2, 3. It would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now the good thing is, that's just evens and odds, right? So we can just check if it's either 0 or it's an even number. Is there a way to check if an integer is even or odd? You do that in C++. I've never done that in C++. Check if even or odd. That is divisible. Oh, it is modulus. Yeah. Okay. What does it return though What does modulo return if it's an odd number? Oh, it returns the remainder, right? So yeah, if the remainder is 0, then it's even. If the remainder is not 0, then it's odd. Okay. Works. And then we essentially just add it to the column based on that result. Okay, then let's get this show on the road. Let's do it. We need probably a little bit of space down here. Oh, you know what? Let's make the widget. That's supposed to, you know, be the image here, right? Because we're gonna need to use that. WVP potion effect icon. Actually, a really bad name for it, because we're probably going to be using that a lot. We're probably going to use that for an actual potion effect icon, right? More like potion panel ingredient icon. Kind of a long name, but it's accurate. Okay, we probably want to use a border. Or just an image, desired on screen. Can we, if we put padding on the right of that, we can't put padding. We can do a border. We can wrap it with a border. Icon. Border, not variable, padding, content padding. We can put padding on this now. That's just gonna stretch. Well, no, because that's gonna be the border is just looking like that. Yeah, so we can put padding on the right like that. And I don't know how much padding we want, probably like 5 at least. We can delete this then, we can see how it looks. Potion panel ingredient icon. Yeah, now they have some padding between them. You can remove the that style too. I think that looks alright. We can always just increase the padding if we need it. Okay. Alright. Alright, so now we want to do a for each in the possible effects. Oh, also we need... We can believe it, we need to do more. I know like we had this like column. Can we put that here? Can we design this in a better way? If potion effect is stretching across, we should be able to do... actually think if we put like, if we wrap the effects box columns with another vertical panel, another vertical box, right? I just want something to, like, we need to break this into two. We broke this into two columns, but really what we want is we want text above it, right? We want it to be like, why is it so tiny? Stop doing that. Be like, okay, not that big. We almost need it to be like this. So we have effect, right? And then we have tier. Then we have like a break. And we have this essentially copy pasted over here, right? I mean, that's kind of what we're wanting to achieve. I think it does look kind of ass, doesn't it? Especially if we do all the text. Is it necessary? Or will people kind of understand? Do we need to have this separation of effect and tier? Or because we show, you know, if I go up to an ingredient, right, and I right click, we show it in a way that's like this, and I think that's pretty understandable. Why don't we just do the same thing? Why don't we just append the tier? So don't separate, just do effect and then tier after it. It'll be a lot easier. A lot easier. Yeah, let's do that. In which case we probably could center these, but that's an easy change. We just change the alignment. For now, I don't think we need to center it. Let's just get it functional first, right? Okay. Where is our function? Here it is. Okay. We for each loop with this. Now we want to modulo by 2. That's not going to error out if I do 0, right? Yeah, what happens if I put 2? 0 is okay. So okay, modulo returns even then for 0, so it should be fine. We need to clear these boxes, right? Do we do that here? Yeah, we do. Okay. Double checking. I kind of forgot we put that up there. We probably don't need that afterwards. Let's not forget that we should probably just delete that shit. We're done. And probably just is equal to 0. Do a select from that. So true is even, odd is false. So we know which column we want to add it to now. So if we create a widget of class potion effect, potion effect. Add child. Probably just add child to vertical box, right? Now this should return the right object, right? Or do we still probably need to cast it? Well, no, we want to add it at the end. First, we need to set up all its data. And it'll probably be after a for each loop, right? Because we're gonna have to do it for the icons. We're gonna have to add the icons to the box. Let's set this as a variable. Let's set like current potion effect widget. Current potion effect widget. Beautiful. I think I have to go shopping after work today because things are gonna be closed tomorrow, and then it's always closed on Sunday because God apparently hates shopping or something. Yeah, let's hold off on this add child because that's gonna be the last thing that we want to do, right? Let's set up its name, at the very least. T effect name. Set text. gonna promote this to a local variable too. I'm gonna call this current effect ID. Again, this is just to make it easier so I don't run fires all over the place. I have a feeling like we're gonna use that in other places. Current effect ID. We need to convert it to string first. I can make it into a macro as well, right? Yeah, but I don't think we're gonna use it more than once here. If anything, I can just collapse the nodes. We always could. Do we think we're gonna have to do that more than once? I don't think so. I'll just collapse the nodes for now. Okay, perfect. Actually, we want to also get the tier. Current effect ID index. I know I'm using so many local variables, but we knew this would be a media operation, so it's not the big. Let's hold on that. Let's do current effect ID, possible effect tiers, current effect ID. Okay, get copy index. String. I think we can do a build string integer. We want to append to this and then prefix this just with a space, I believe. And then we to text that string, shove it in the widget, and that should cover text. We got the effect, we got the tier. Now we need to add to the ingredient box. That's going to be a for each loop. Of we check. Effect index array. I think we get the current effect ID index. And we see if that matches the effect index array for icons. What's our math? What's our logic look like here? You have an ingredient array. We 100% need to do a match. Effect index array for icons. We need to for each for this. We need to see if it matches current effect ID index. If I can back ass words. Okay, it'll work. It'll work. Probably not, but it'll work. Now we take this array index. If it matches, we need to create widget. And this is the potion panel ingredient icon. We need a small function in here to like build icon, and that's going to take the f name of the ingredient ID. Get ingredient struct break s ingredient break display. Here's our icon. Set brush from texture 2D. And then I think we can just return. I don't think there's any other functionality we put on this. So should be fine. We build icon, ingredient ID. Yeah, and that should put all the icons, all the relevant icons into. We could make it a little bit more optimized by then removing the indexes that we just added. But it could get a little messy because then we're updating the array in real time, and that's I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it. Not for a prototype, at least. I don't need to be optimizing that crazy for a prototype. The good thing, the thing we just need to keep in mind is that there are ways to optimize this. And when it does come time to actually implement this, how can we optimize? But we need to actually add this as well to the widget. Current potion effect widget. We need to add this to ingredient box. Get ingredient box. Add child. Can't forget that. And now finally we can add the it's actually here that we need to do it, so we kind of have a, you know, I can do this. I can plug this in here. We're gonna grab all this except for these two. Also, fuck that. Because that's actually at the end of this for loop that we want to do it. What is the content? The current potion effect widget is the content. And the target is that. Ooh boy, okay. I don't think we want to change anything else for that. That'll finish, and then this will finish. What do we need to do now? I think this actually covers effects. Oddly enough, that's just the logic for effects. We need to do the flavor, which I think is going to be a lot easier because that's just an average, right? I think we wrote this down, didn't we? I think we wrote it down, we didn't save it. And then the tags are just add unique, essentially. But we can test if this works, at least, because we can build the do we use that build potion? No, update potion. We have update build a potion panel. Oh, because we don't actually cast build potion panel. Ingredients of Cauldron. So let's fucking see if it works. This is the moment of truth, right? It's working except for one very obvious thing, is that we need the effects to we need at least 2 effects in the Cauldron before they're actually viable. Well, how do we solve this on my other project? While it's loading, let me get my my jacket on. Stretch. Oh. Trade that for this. We just have to find the right panel that this is all being put in. Okay. Wasn't in here, right? Brew potion. update brew. Which one was it in? Okay, here. It's all ingredients effects and searches them for duplicates. Yeah, but we still add. I make that functional then. That actually work? Why are there errors? What am I doing to check for duplicates? This is guaranteed effect indices. Okay, so we're adding all possible effects to there. Oh, and then I bet yeah. We're getting all possible effects, but we're only showing the guaranteed effect indices. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's something I didn't do, did I? How much of a hassle is it going to be to do that then? Well, I don't think it's going to fuck up this, right? Or we just don't need to. I don't think we need to refactor function. We need to do what? Possible effects. Only on false, right? Well, if it already exists, then we have a guaranteed index. And the thing is, we don't need to for each loop the possible effects. Just the index. So we'll do the same thing here. Guaranteed effect indices. Array of integers, yes. It's fine. We'll have like some extra data that isn't being used, but I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Let's add unique. Just to be safe. You know, if everything else is done properly, it will be unique anyway. It's just, why not? It doesn't hurt it, and it just adds a little bit of extra layer of security. And that will be this index. Because now the possible effect is a guaranteed effect. I mean, granted, we could just like... Is there any benefit in just making it another array of enums, of effect type enums? Nah, the index is probably fine. Okay, so that will work. Now we need to not do a for each loop with this. But in fact, with this. And get the index of this. And hope to the Lord, baby Jesus. That changing that doesn't screw anything up. Let's quickly run through it and see if it would screw anything up. We do grab the current effect ID. I think it would be smarter to set it from the array element, not do this instead, right? I fucking hope so. Oh boy, do I hope so. Actually, current effect ID index for the modulo, that's gonna be wrong. That's gonna be wrong. That one we actually do want to get the index. And what about this one? This one checks if I think that's still okay. I think that's still fine. Let's see, let's test this out again, but let's make sure that the potion we're going to make is actually viable. Regen health 2, ravage mana slow. has Ravage Mana 2, this has Ravage Mana 1. So the only effect that should be showing up, and we can ignore that there's some placeholder info that isn't being deleted here, but the only thing that should be showing up is Ravage Mana 1. I think that's working. Oh. Okay. Slight reprieve. I think that's working. We just have to get rid of that placeholder data, right? So we don't need this here. And the 4 that are existing here can be deleted because that's just for visualization purposes, right? Granted, we can't really test the modulo stuff. We need more ingredients, really, right? We just need more ingredients in the structure. Or in the data table for ingredients. We could add like a third one. Where did I put the on this? Let me check if don't do that. Also leaked. No, that's the No, that's not the one. We want. Should I leave it at home? Ooh, I might have done that. I think I took it home. Shit. That's fine. We can do some placeholder icons. What are the size of these? These are 256. All right, we can manage that. Open up Paint, New, don't save, Canvas, 256, 256. Let's make a couple of other ingredients. We just have herb and mushroom so far, but that's kind of fine. I just want 2 unique, like, normal ingredients with some, you know, similar effects that we already have. That way we can actually test if it's working properly with everything. I don't know. It can really be anything. It can just be like mint. Wait, this is the ID. Ingredient, mint, and name. Latin. Description. We can just put M here for mint. Save as image. Desktop. Let's just call it mint. Don't care. And then this next one we'll call be a mushroom. I don't know. We can do shiitake or something, right? Shiitake. Okay, cool. Icons, let's get those in. Oh, I should have put T underscore T T. Well, let's open up a new tab. Mint. Plant. Mentha. It's a whole genus, but I need like just kind of, I don't know which like species is considered the traditional mint. Fuck, I don't know. Dude, there's some, I'm looking at some like that. There's so many, I don't know which one. Okay, spearmint. Okay, there we go. That's the one we want. I got those up on the side of my screen. So that's some good shit there. All right, let's add them to here. Okay, so we have mint here. Let's do shiitake. N name. Oops. Description. Latin. Take. Temp color. We'll make this brown, like, you know, mushroom, right? Not poop brown. Need it a bit lighter than that. Mushroom brown. Okay, that looks good. Type mushroom normal. That's fine. Do the same here. Mint. I don't know. We'll make this like this color. Looks fine. Oh my god, I get all these little, like, pieces of my skin. God, it's annoying. Alright, that's an herb. Normal. That's fine. We don't care about that right now. We just need to... Mainly we care about the effects and flavor, because that's really all that... Sorry. Biomes, forest, fine. Light requirements. Full light, fine. Seasons. Spring. Summer. Probably okay. And let's add some effects. Let's only add 3 to this one. I want to test it out if we don't have 4 full effects. The lavender, we have resist, magic, fortify, stamina, ravagement. Let's do... Just do like slow, do effect ID. Oh, I know one bug we gotta fix too. We didn't convert the effect tier to Roman numerals on the ocean panel. Probably in here. No, it's in the text. Hold on. Set name, current effect ID, possible effect tier, it's here. Effect tier Roman. Well, I guess we don't really need a build string integer then. Let's just do an append, space, tier. Okay, we fixed that. Back to this. Ingredient shiitake and want to make sure that we get the strings put into. Okay, slow 2. Let's do Ravage Mana 3 or something. Strel 3. And these are just for testing purposes, we're not balancing anything right now. It's just a prototype. I mean, once we have, I think, this whole alchemy system in place, I will add probably 24 ingredients and balance them out relatively decently, just so I can, pass it around to friends and interested testers. And see how they like everything, right? Okay, flavor, sweetness, I don't know. It's mint. It's probably not that sweet. Bitterness, I don't know. It's a plant. And again, we're doing tags here just as a way to test. So I'm going to add some more tags to our green and brown. Needs herb, green. Perfect. That looks good. Shiitake, let's do the same thing. Biomes, forest. Maybe marsh. Be kind of fun. Let's get some icons on those two today, because I don't like that we don't have good icons for the biomes or light requirements or seasons. This is probably darkness, right? And partial light. It's a mushroom seasons. I imagine spring, summer, and autumn mushrooms grow. Let's just do 2 effects on the shiitake. 2. Fortify Conjuration 1. Fortify Stamina 2. Something like theirs. Low sweetness. I really don't like these flavors. We need to go back to the drawing board with some of these flavors, to be honest. I like the idea of it, I just don't like how we implement it. Bitterness, sourness, I guess we can do like that. Fine for testing. Okay. Think that's okay. Yeah, let's add the strings. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Ingredient, mint, and name. Okay, just fuck off. Latin. Description. Ingredient. Shiitake. Latin. Description. Mint. Shiitake. What is the Latin name for spearmint, for mint? Mentha spicata. Mint description, again, just for testing. And shiitake is Lentinula edotis. Lentinula. Take. I'm actually kind of curious, is it related to lentils? Is that why it's called that? Lentinula? I don't know, but now I need to know. Let's see. What is in the genus? No, it's just mushrooms. Oh, it's because kingdom fungi. Why am I checking if a fucking legume is related to fungi? Stupid. I wonder what it's in the same family of. Wait, you can eat those? Can you eat those? Those are like oak tree, maple tree seeds. Never tried to eat one of those. They poisonous? Are maple tree seeds edible? The seeds and bark are pretty tasty too. They are edible. You need maple tree seeds? Eating maple helicopters. Look at this. Look at this guy. Oh my god. I want to see, but at the same time, I need to work. I can't. I have maple trees back home. Next time I'm there, I'm gonna try eating one. Can't stop me. Right, what were we doing? Oh yeah, we want more do I have these on? I do get the construction script. I kind of want the set vector parameter value, ingredient color. No, I'm gonna get the ingredient ID. Get ingredient struct. We're gonna get rid of that color. Break. We have a temporary color here. I'd rather use that because then that'll just make it easier to test around with shit. Damn it. Can you just move over a bit? All right, then we can actually just get rid of that ingredient color here, I think. When we do it on setup ingredient, why? No, I'm just gonna replace it with the temp color. I don't really care about the spaghetti right now. Yeah, we don't use it anywhere else, so now we can delete it. Cool. Now we can just use the ID. Let me pull a couple of these. We actually only need one of each. Let me do ingredient, mint, N. Beautiful, look at that. Working fine. And ingredient, shiitake, N. Awesome. Well, now we got 5 ingredients to play with. Oops. Let me spread them out a bit more. Interesting. Okay, so the shiitake doesn't actually have any overlap with the fly agaric or the dried lavender. Fortify conjuration, fortify stamina. Just testing to see, and yep, that looks correct. However, this lavender has fortify stamina and fortify conjuration. And we could get tier 1 of each if we do this. Awesome, yeah, look at that. I mean, I know that maybe we could change the icons to be a bit better. Like, instead of just a white square with S, we could do a square that actually like looks like the color or something. You do have like other icons too like this, but does it have a white background? I guess having a background is okay. Oh yeah, because we already have regular lavender in there. So 3 things add Ravage mana. You know, I think that that's not calculating properly. Or maybe not the way we want it to, right? Because I'm pretty sure that the shiitake, the fly agaric, and the lavender, we back out here. Wait, what was it showing? Hold on. It's for the Ravage mana. Do they all have Ravage mana? This one does not have Ravage mana. Oh, because it wasn't the shiitake, it was the... Yeah, I need to make that look a bit better. I need to... Well, let me make these look a bit better. I need to be able to tell them apart, and I can't if they're the same fucking color. Let's just do like that kind of brownish color. Fine. And then we'll just do like this for the mint. Windows, get out of here. I don't fucking care. Yeah, so Ravage mana 3. Ravage mana 1. Ravage mana 1, Ravage mana 2. If we put these 3 in, unfortunately, it's going to show Ravage mana 1 is being added. Even though I think... I mean, do we really mind that? This is more of a question of design, right? Not a bug. We take the minimum tier that it's finding, which is correct. Technically, this is not broken. But because we have a Ravage Mana 1, 2, and 3, do we want to take the 1? Or do we want to take the 2? Let me hit up the bathroom. I'm gonna be back in like 5 minutes. And I'm gonna give that some thought. You guys can tell me what you think too. Okay, hold on. Be right back. Need a few pretzels. Let me munch while my mic's off. The thing is, like, we don't test. We're just saving the lowest one that we're finding. I mean, I think it's okay. I think it's one of those things that potentially the design of is not going to be as enjoyable as it should be. Like, probably we should be taking the not the minimum of the two that exist, but it's like we're taking the minimum of the highest combinations that exist. I'm not sure how we calculate that though. I think we might be able to. There might be a way to do it. Oh. Yeah, what are they? I hate stale pretzels. Stale pretzels are some of the worst. I really don't like stale pretzels. What if instead of checking if you know, and getting the minimum, we check first if it's less than or equal to? We check first if it's less than or equal to, and then we get the maximum? What would that look like? So we add 3 unique. We add 2 less than or equal true, so we get the maximum. Yeah, but that would be 3. We almost need to save like maximum tier possible. So we save, you know, if it's 3, 2, and 1, right? And we don't want a combination of 3 plus, or, you know, an ingredient with 3, an ingredient with 2, an ingredient with 1 to end up with 1. We want it to end up with 2. We need to save the highest tier possible. When we bring that 2 in, I mean, ideally we would take the minimum, 2, but then if we bring the 1 in, we take the minimum of. I'm not sure about this actually. I'm not sure how we would accomplish this without adding like a shit ton of checks, right? I don't want to have too many effect checks. For sure, we would want to save the highest tier possible. That's pretty easy to do because we can just get the maximum, right? And save it set by ref every time. We almost then want to get, if the effect already exists, so that's the false branch of this. We want to get the maximum, but excluding the maximum possible. So that way 3, you know, if we have the 3, 2, 1 scenario, 3 is our golden highest possible. But then when we add 2, we get the max, not including the 3. And then when we have the 1, we do a max between the 2 and the 1. That's how we could do it, but I think that that's just going to be too... Okay, let's look at it from the player's point of view. What would they expect to happen? I think the player would expect that the highest being added is in fact going to be the 3 and the 2, and you're going to end up with 2 and not 1. So maybe we do need to rethink this aspect of it. Unless this, because I think the add unique is fine. It's mostly what variable are we setting to the effect tiers? This is safe too, that's fine. But primarily, this and this are kind of our key issues. Make a new array of integers. Max effect tiers. So obviously for the first time that we find something, that's going to be our new max. And I think we can just replace it like that. I don't think we need anything else. Here, it's going to get a little more tricky. Almost like we need max effect tiers and min effect tiers. And they need to be synchronized, right? And then at the end, we need to run through each of those and set them all to the minimum. but we do a maximum of the min effect tiers. Fuck me. Let's disconnect these. But we're gonna keep it just as a reference, right? So we know what we need to do. What our idealized shit kind of looks like. And we'll just pull off again and do this correctly. I'm also going to replace possible effect tiers just because I don't think we use it anywhere down here, right? No, we do use it here. But that can be replaced by... Let's just do minimum effect. Okay, so if it already exists, you know, I think up here we should also add and I'll explain why. I think we should just add a dummy 0 just to populate the array with the indices that are going to be there. That way we don't have missing effect indices. Hello. Are you done with your classes? I thought you have classes right now. You're done? Jesus. Lucky you. So possible effects. Now we need to take the effect here. We need to get the index. This person usually have a 12, it's not coming down. Okay, so that's pretty nice. Lucky, lucky, lucky. Possible effects. Find the index. Right, now instead of getting the index of possible effects tiers, we need to get the index of minimum effect tiers. Get a copy of that. And here we do a... We want to get a ref. We want to get a ref. Not a copy. If you're wondering, the difference between pulling a copy and a reference of an array item is a copy creates a copy in the memory. So you have two values. And you're just going to be modifying this one, not the one that's actually stored in the array. If you get a reference, you're getting a reference to the memory location of that index item. So when you make a change to it, you're actually making a change within the memory itself. So you're modifying the item within that slot. So then you don't need to like resave it because you're just modifying it directly. We need to get the maximum between these two, and that becomes our new this. I think will be the same, this aspect. Let's just save this as our old data. what do we need to do? Now we have an array of our maximum and our minimum. Or for you, this would be maximum, minimum, because it's switched around. We need to run through... I think we still want to use the possible effect tiers, but we're going to rename it to like actual effect tiers. We're going to do it here. So we need to go through for, I mean, we can do either. We can do for each in our maximum or our minimum. Let's just do for each in our, rename it. Better. We're going to do for each in our max effect tiers. Another loop. We're going to get our min, get a copy, add index, and we're going to take the minimum of the array element and our min effect tiers, and then actual effect tiers we're going to add and I think that's all we have to do. And I think that should fix our problem. We can connect this back up, and then now for actual effect tiers, yes. Let's hope. That works. So now we have a shiitake. We had Ravage Mana 1, Ravage Mana 3, Ravage Mana 2. So it's these three that if we add, let's add Ravage Mana 1 and 3 to try. And that'll be 1, but if I put this in, if we did it correctly, it should change to 2. It did not change to 2, which means we did not do it correctly. Okay, that's a problem. We gotta fix that. Which was the 2? This was the 2, right? The mint? No, that was the 3. Which was the 2? That's the 2. Let's throw in the 3. I'm gonna put a breakpoint on here. We're gonna do it right here. Okay, let's start to debug. Debuggeronies. Possible effects. And health. Oh, we have to do it until it's... Hold on. Okay, which is the new effect? What's the new one? I don't have any debug data. Oh, current effect is slow. That's fine. We need to resume. Wait, what? Did it skip Ravage Mana? Hold on, let's try it again. This shouldn't trigger. I keep forgetting which ones it is. It's these three, right? A Fly Garrick, Lavender Dried, and then Mint. This shouldn't trigger it at all. Yes. Lavender Dried will trigger it. The Ravage Mana. Effect tier 2. And we have a max effect tiers of 2, 1, 1, 1. Possible effects of regen health, Ravage Mana, slow resist. In effect tiers are 0. Because this is the first time we're triggering the repeat. That's okay. And what is this setting to what? To which effect? The Ravage mana. It's a max between min effect and effect tier. Regen health. So Ravage mana in max effect tiers is currently 1. And min effect tiers is currently, will be set to 2. Right? It's kind of weird, but... Oh, maybe it's because we don't update... Hold on. Get the min. We're just getting the min. Still, that's kind of weird. I bet that's why. Ravage mana is index 1, right? Index 1. So it's getting the minimum between that. What we need to be doing is if... I think I know what the issue is. If the new effect tier is higher than the one in max effect tiers, we need to be setting the new max effect tier to that. I think. Let's try doing that. Let's see. Because right now we're setting the new min effect tier incorrectly, I think, because the new min effect tier should be 1, not 2. We should be getting the min effect tier, setting it to the old max effect tier, if I'm not mistaken. She'll watch me? Weird cat. She already misses me. We actually want to get this. We're doing it wrong. We want to get the... Oh my god, this is mind-numbing. This is breaking my mind right now. I should flowchart this, really. I should be flowcharting this. I want this to be done correctly. Let's back up a bit. If we find it existing, we need to set the new maximum effect here. First. Find possible effects, get a copy of our current max, or get a reference, our max effect here, set by ref to the maximum. However, we also, and we need to do this, I think, beforehand, we need to set the new minimum to what the old max effect was. So even before this, we need to go get a reference to the minimum effect here at this index. Set by ref to the current maximum. Then update the new maximum. Now, I'm not particularly sure if this will actually fix our problem, but it will mean that our minimum and maximum arrays, I think, will be more robust, because they weren't updating properly before. So at the very least, if we need to fix something going forward, the arrays should look better. That's the hope, at least. Let's break here. Okay, Itake. No, it's Flagaric, mint, and lavender dried. 1, 2, 3. Okay. If we look in here, not in scope, it's because we're not actually running this function right now. That's fine. Add the 2. Is that running it twice? Okay, current effect is Ravage Mana tier 2. Our effect tiers are 2111, same, and 0000. Obviously, because we don't have any minimum because we don't have any guaranteed effects going in. But our first guaranteed effect is Ravage Mana tier 2. So the value going in here it's going to be getting index 1, the 1. So the new minimum effect here will be 1. Right? Correct. The new maximum is 2. That looks correct. Now let's just double check our logic here, which I think is fine. We go through all max effect tiers, which is fine, because we just want to go through each. We're going to get the minimum, and that's the actual effect tier. So if we have 2 as our max, 1 is our minimum, we get the minimum, which is 1. It's the lowest number. That's the actual effect tier. This should work as it did before. Ravage Mana 1. When I add this, however, this is where we need to see if it actually works correctly. Okay, so same thing, it's gonna get index 1. And it should be setting 1 max effect here. It's gonna be setting the old minimum to 1. It's not gonna work. Not gonna work. It's gonna say 1, isn't it? Oh no, it says 2. Oh. No, it's working. It worked. It worked. But I need to recheck it. Need to recheck it because I think it was going through each ingredient again. It goes through it completely wipes the effects and it goes through each ingredient again from the start. So actually I was just seeing it do the shiitake and the lavender. Or I'm sorry, the fly agaric. If we resume this, because right now it's Ravage Mana tier 2. We want to see it when it's Ravage Mana tier 3. That's slow. This should be it. Ravage mana tier 3. See why. Why did I think it wouldn't work? Why did it work and why did I think that it wouldn't? I'm sure that it would. Okay, index 1 is our max effect tier is 2. Our minimum should still be 1. That's right, because we set the new max. Okay though, right? We find that it exists. It does exist. But that's the thing, we only wanted to do it if it's I think this is the issue. We only want to do that. I'll show you. I'll show you. So this is going to work, but I think it's also going to work in the opposite way. So that if we add the 3 in first, and then the 2, and then the 1. Yeah. So it's setting it as 3. Okay, we need some more math here. We need some more math. Because it's just setting the... Yeah, shiitake is Nami mushroom. It's setting the new minimum as the maximum regardless. But we're not taking the current effect tier into account at all, which is a problem. Because we need to see if the new effect tier is... When do we want to do it? We want to do it if... What's our criteria? When we put 3 in, 3 becomes our maximum and 0 is our minimum. When we add 2, we're setting minimum as our old maximum, which is 3. That's fucking everything up. We only wanted to set the minimum as the old maximum when the new effect tier is greater than the old maximum. So when new effect tier is greater than the max. This is gonna look really spaghetti for a second. It's gonna look really fucking bad. So if it's greater, we do it the way we wanted. Otherwise, we take what value? So if we add 3 and then we add 1, minimum. We would keep minimum the same, wouldn't we? Let's test it first, and then I'm gonna move it all into proper place. So we're gonna put in the 3, Ravage Mana 3 first. Cool. We're gonna add 2. Now it should say Ravage Mana 2. It says Ravage Mana 3. So it's not working. We add 1. Yeah, it's still doing the same shit. Now it doesn't say anything, it just says Ravage mana. Not even... Oh boy. Oh boy. This is a... I'd argue that it's even working worse than before. Let's just worry about the minimum for now. Let's think of 3 scenarios, or let's think of a couple scenarios. We go... Let's just pretend we're adding tiers here. We add 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. You know, let's draw it. Let's draw it instead. Hold on. We had... That's not dark. We had 1, 2, and then 3. At this point in time, our min should be 0, and our max should be 1. And of course, we always take, at the end of this, we always take the minimum value. That's important to keep in mind, that the minimum value needs to be the value that we want. So here, we need to set the new minimum as the old maximum, because we're changing the maximum. So only if we change the maximum should we be setting the minimum. The problem is we were doing that every time. But the only time that we want to change, because I'll write here, now the minimum is 1, because we have 2 ingredients, one with tier 1, one with tier 2. But the new maximum can be 2. And when we add the 3, it's 2 and 3. So the resulting potion would be the 2. Because it's the highest available value in both the minimum and the maximum. Or at the time of, you know, us doing our minimum check, which would be here, our minimum would be 2. And that was working. I didn't think it would work because I was imagining that, because I saw the flaw in this, right? And the flaw is that if we copy this setup, but we do the operation in reverse, then things get nasty. Okay, so min, max, oh, no, not 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. The way it's working currently is if we do this, we get 0 and 3. No problem. That's intended. However, we would then be setting the maximum. We would be setting the minimum as the old maximum, which means we would be doing this. And the new maximum would become this. You can already see the problem. Like, you know, no, if you add a 3 and a 2, then you should not be getting a 3. Because we should be getting 2. And then we would do the same thing this time. We would take 3, and we would take the maximum. So it's already fucked. What needs to happen here is a check. We set the minimum first, but really we should be testing whether the new tier being put in is greater than or equal to the old max. Or is just less than, which is what we were doing before. We were testing if I had to just... No, this should be fine. Technically, we need all this information first, but we need to... I just need to kind of clear the board here a bit. This is fine. This is working. That isn't part of the problem. Right? Yes. That's not part of the problem. Problem is this. We need to check. We'll do a select. Because I think that's the easiest way, because we're only checking between two values. Is the new effect here? Well, hold on. Let's fill this out the way we want it to. So the new max should be 3. And that will be 2 and then 2. That's how it should be. And we'll do one more scenario, which is I'll do like 2, 3, 1 or something. Min, max, and 2, 3. Minimum 0, of course, always. Max 2. Minimum 2, max 3. Min 2, max 3. Okay, let me put that on my side of the screen over here. We will try to get this working. Okay, so the thing is, in both scenarios, if the new effect here is greater than the maximum, we need to increase the maximum. That shit is just true. But we then need to make sure that the minimum so we need to update the new we need to update the maximum first, right? Will that work for all of them? Yeah, update the new maximum and then take the minimum between the current tier . No, it's just kind of confusing me. Knowing how it needs to look is great. Knowing how to make it look, make it end up like that that's the trouble. What does banging? A banging person. You guys hear that? Annoying. Wasn't that loud, to be honest. Okay, so get this over here first. this part happens. This is working correctly. This part here. Construction. And I think that we're setting the maximum too, right? Yeah. So that this first setting of minimum maximum is working fine. In every scenario here, oh no, not, because this is 1 becomes 1, 3 becomes 2, 2 becomes 2. It's like if we look at 1 to 2 becomes 1, 3 to 2 becomes 2, 2 to 3 becomes 2. This is the minimum. We're taking the minimum of these values. But it doesn't work here. Because the minimum of 2 and 1 should be 1. We're only updating the minimum. We get a new maximum, we update the minimum. We don't get a new maximum here. I think this is actually just making me more confused. I think it's making me more confused. God, I'm so stupid. If the effect tier, I mean, this one's easy. If the effect tier is greater than the current maximum, we need to take the effect tier, otherwise we take the maximum. Easy, easy game. And that should be this. The issue then becomes we can't update, because if we overwrite, or I guess then we check if the incoming effect we keep that the same. We then need to do essentially the same thing for the minimum. The effect here is greater. No, because it would just be setting it to the same. We do need to set the minimum first. We always need to set the minimum first. Do we actually have enough information to be doing this? My brain is just becoming more numb the further I get into this. Like the maximum is easy to set. The minimum is really the most difficult part. Maximum's easy. The maximum is just the biggest number we have. That's the new max. That's the easy shit. The problem is we need to use the old maximum to help determine the new minimum. This helps determine this. Always. Because our old maximum should become our new minimum unless the new minimum can never be higher than the maximum. So we need to do, we need to set the minimum first, like we were doing. But the new minimum is going to be taking the old maximum and getting the minimum between, in this case, the old max and the new number coming in. Right? 3, 2 to 2. 2, 3 to 2. I love it. Yeah, they didn't. Well, they sent us an email saying that yesterday there would be construction. Do you know how many people work here who might have calls or meetings? This needs to be, they need to warn us about this shit. Okay, so in every case, we need to take a minimum, the minimum between the new tier coming in and the old maximum. This is our new minimum. And now, the maximum is easy. It's just the max between this and this, right? But let's try all the scenarios and let's see what we get. And I kind of want to see the data of this. We'll try 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1. So this is 1, 2, 3. And by the end of this, it should be resulting in effect. Let's put it here. Let's put 2, 2, 2. I mean, it should be 2 every time because we're putting in the same ingredient. Why is nothing showing up? it's because we... Hold on, we gotta do this first. That's why. Okay, 1, 2. That should be 1, that's correct. This should upgrade it to 2. Yes. Okay, now 3, 2, be 2, and 1. This should remain 2. It switched to 1 because fuck me. Okay, let me try. Well, if it's not working, it's not working. Okay. What? Why didn't that? There we go. Okay, let's see. This is the Ravage Mana. This tier 2. We want to do it when it's tier 1. Okay. Okay. So this is the 2-3-1 scenario, right? Or the 3-2-1 scenario. We're adding 1, so minimum right now should be 2, maximum should be 3. And this is of index 2. Our minimum is 1. Yeah, it's this minimum. It's not the new effect here that we want to take the minimum of. It's the... it's so weird. We want to take the minimum between... But only if the new incoming number is less than the minimum. If the incoming number is less than the minimum. The incoming number is less than the minimum. You want to take the minimum. Otherwise, incoming number less than the minimum, like in this case or this case. We want to keep the minimum. Otherwise, what would be a different case? The other cases we could set the old maximum be the new minimum, right? Or we would just set the new tier to be the new minimum. No, the old maximum, right? Or the maximum between the current max and the incoming. Look at this spaghetti. Okay. just let me test it. Test it, then we'll clean it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2. No, that's not right. New effect. Then that was false. We were taking the max. We want to get the old max, like I originally thought. One, two, 1, 2. That's 1. This should be 2. Okay. 2, 3, 1. That's working. If I remove the 1, it should stay at 2. And now we'll do 3, 2, 1. Or no, did we do 2, 3, 1? 2, 3, 1. Three, 2. Now that's one's not working. It's giving me Ravage mana 3. So close. We're so close. Why would it be doing? That'd be one of our less than checks. Right? It would be because our minimum and maximum 0 and 3 at the moment. Our new incoming is 2. We're asking which is higher. Is 2 less than 0? No. So we're taking the max. I think we actually need to do another select. We need to do another fucking check. And we need to say, okay, but is the new effect here we were doing 3 and 2, and I could understand why. Because no, 2 is not less than 0. But we can't just set the effect here to the max. So we need to ask, okay, well then, is the new effect here I guess then here we take the minimum. Well, hold on, don't plug shit in if I don't know what I'm doing. Randomly plug shit in. This was very much a 3-2 problem. Because we were doing this, we were setting max as the new min. But we need to check first. Is the incoming number set it as the incoming number, right? No, is the incoming number less than old minimum. The incoming number is less than the old minimum. We take the minimum, otherwise we set the new minimum. God damn, they're making a lot of noise at the office today. First time. Okay, so 1, 2. Yeah, the mic is the mic's pretty well set up that it's just picking up like what's right in front of it. There's somebody vacuuming. Somebody nailing something in. Not too bad. Now we're not doing it correctly. I don't even know what the fuck's going on anymore with these. So much bullshit. Look at this. Terrible this. So many nodes. Oh. This is really, really bad. I have no idea what the fuck is going in where anymore. I mean, the max is the easiest. That's just we get the highest number. That's the new max. Which I don't even know why we're doing that, because technically I think we just need the minimum. Why do we even have a maximum? The max doesn't actually help us in any way. But it probably should be, shouldn't it? Like if we're doing the 3, 2, 1 kind of thing. Okay, let's go over this. The effect exists. Our starting min and maximum are okay, because that's just this logic. That's easy as shit. Is the new number that's coming in, right? Okay, new number. Is it less than the minimum? And if true, our new minimum stays the same. That's fine. That's working. If not, and in what scenarios would it not be? So if our maximum is 4, our minimum is 2 maybe, and our new effect coming in is 3. What are we doing? We're testing it twice then. Yeah, it's like this is just kind of redundant. The minimum coming in. Root, keep the minimum. If it's less than, keep the minimum. Otherwise, it's greater than the minimum. So we need to check. Was it less than the maximum? Oh my god, I thought we were actually gonna get shit done today, but this issue is melting my brain. It's melted. Okay, so we check. New number coming in, is it less than the min? Is the new number in this case less than the minimum? No. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's possible that I'm just not working with the right amount of information here. I also don't think we need the max necessarily. It seems really weird that we, like, the maximum is always going to be equal to the highest number we have. But is it important that we save that? Yes. It's important that we save that because we need to know if the minimum is greater than the maximum. What we're not doing right now is checking if the minimum is greater than the maximum. This is what this comparison is for. Is the incoming effect here less than the maximum? If true, we set the effect here as the incoming. Otherwise, we should set it equal to the old maximum. If this doesn't work, I'm just gonna delete it all and then just start afresh. Maybe with a different way of calculating, because I think that's probably part of the problem. 3 plus 2 should be 2. Okay, 1 should stay 2. Okay, 3, 2, 1 is working. 1, 2 to 1, 3 to 2. That's working. 2 to 3. 2. And now to 1 should remain 2. Working, but I now need to add, I need to do one thing, and it's not going to be nice because it could point out flaws. But I have to do it. I need to give something Ravage Mana 4. I don't want to do it, but I have to do it. What were we mixing before? Mixing lavender, dried, flag argument. I want to give the Shiitake Ravage Mana 4. I hate to do it, but I gotta do it. Gotta do it. Okay. Because it's very possible that the math is working in certain ways, but not in others. Very possible. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's fine. 4, 1 should be 1. This should now increase to 3. I know it's hard to see. I trust me, you will know if it's not working. I'll be very upset. This should not change it at all. Okay, we're good. 1, 3 should stay 1. Yes. This is a 2, so it should increase it to Ravage Mana 2. Now this is a 4. It should increase it to 3. I'm just trying every single combination I can think of, because if it's... It looks like it's working so far, but I need to make sure. What are some combinations I haven't done? 2, 4, 1, 3. 2 and 4 should be 2. 1, no change. 3 should be 3. And add this because it's existing already. I think it's working. I think it's working. I knew I needed the max for something. I just don't know why I wasn't utilizing it. Jesus Christ. That's terrible. I don't know. That 3, 4, 1, 2. What if I remove the 4? I mean, it should still work because we don't base the Cauldron, the potion information on what was in there, what was just taken out or put in. Every time it recalculates it from scratch. So removing like this, for instance, is just going to change Ravage Mana to 2. Removing this will change it to 1. So as long as it works putting things in, I can take things out in any... You know, if I can put things in any order, I can take things out in any order, and it should be the exact same result. I mean, I think it's working. Three, 1. It's working. It's a bit of a spaghetti mess, but it's working. I don't really know how to make it not a spaghetti mess, to be honest. Yeah, I don't really know how to make it not a spaghetti mess. Jesus Christ, we've been on this for like an hour. There's not really much of a way to make this look decent. Unfortunately, mathematical nodes in Unreal are just really not going to look pretty if you need a lot of them in a short distance from each other. Kind of the sad reality of things. It's better than nothing, to be honest. Okay, Jesus Christ. And that was supposed to just be a like, oh, it would be kind of cool if it worked this way instead. Turns out that that was a lot of work. A lot of head banging. Okay, flavor. Flavor should be easy. Also, do we not need any of these arrays anymore? I think we need it all. Okay. Okay. Ingredients. Get ingredients. For each. Get ingredient struct. Should be easy. We should be able to do a bitterness, sourness. We can just do an array of floats. Flavor profile. Get data break. Break data. Flavor break. And we're going to do a for loop. Last index. Switch on integer. Or probably, could we do a select on integer? Yeah, that should work. Okay, select sweetness, bitterness, sourness. That's our 1, 2, 3. Sweetness, bitterness, sourness. Default value of this will be neutral. We're going to for hey, can I take an average? Weighted moving average flow. Is it not called average in C++? AVG. May not do it with floats. Wait, math, float. We do max and min. Math, float. Hey, where's my bridging? Yeah, it's like we almost have to do it kind of backwards. Like that. No like default nodes to do it, so I think I'll have to. Man, in here I thought it'd be easy. Okay, their profile. Sweetness array, bitterness array, sourness array, select. Yeah, that's annoying. Okay, so this should loop through all of the ingredients, get their flavor profiles, add them to the arrays, sweetness, bitterness, sourness. That's simple. Should be good. Okay, when that's complete, God, this is already more nodes than I thought it would have to be. We're not even done with flavor yet. The annoying thing is we will have to for loop we can reuse the current array index if we want, So we need to get the sum of the array. Is there an easy way to do that? Not really. We're gonna have to... It'd be better to make that into a macro. To like sum array. We can put that in our universal macro library. Sum array. Can we do a wildcard array input? Yes, we can. Hold on, let's change this to some float array. For each loop, well, how do we store the current sum? Don't like. Flavor sum. Get add set. Current array index set. We'll reuse that. When it's completed, get the flavor sum, divide by length, based on the current array index, get and we'll do a select. Select sweetness, bitterness, sourness. Get the sweetness box. Bitterness, sourness. Value, set value of the slider to that. That should do it, right? Why does that fail to compile? Why? Oh. That hasn't existed there for... Oh yeah, okay. Why was that working before if I just changed that? Weird. Don't know why. Okay. So if I put something in it should basically just equal exactly what I put in. No, it doesn't. Why? Just set it to like to max bitterness and sourness. What math is going on? Why did that not get called? No return node. Huh? Because I'm not debugging the actual one? Okay, I don't know why I wasn't triggering before. Resume. Okay, let's see. Sweetness array, 0.25, 0.6, 0.4 looks great. No problem. Let me go back. Oh, why are we grabbing this sweetness array? We need to be selecting. We need this. Based on this. Also this. I might fix it. It was just changing sweetness before. So it should look, when I put this in, it should look exactly like that. Not. Very much not. And when removing it, it's not going back to a default value. How do we keep it at a default 0.5? Let's figure that out in a second, but first... Current rate index is 0. Should be choosing sweetness. Doesn't really tell us, but 0.25. Flavor sum is 0.25. Flavor sum 0.25 divided by the length 1 should be 0.25. Should be setting the value of the sweetness to 0.25. Bitterness should be getting 0.6. Oh, we're not wiping the flow. Okay, that would make sense, yeah. Every loop we need to do that. Or I can just do it here. I can do it also. Need to reset that flavor sub. Okay. I think here too we should set the default flavor. Oops. Grab some stuff I don't want to grab. I think here we can just set the default flavor. It's pretty easy. We just do this, do a for loop. Not for each loop. For loop, please. 0 to 2. Index. Loop body, set value. This will set it back to neutral value. For each calculation. Maybe we can also put that up here with like the clear effects and stuff. But we'll do that if we need to. Should be fine. Okay, should end up looking exactly like this. Yes. Now if we clear it, went back to 0. What's getting skipped? I think we should move it up there. We should move it up there. Right? Reset flavor. We'll set it to 0. Wow, I set it to 0.5. That is the right value, right? That they should be. It's 0.5. It's 0 to 1. Yeah, 0.5. Hey, bonus P64. How you doing? Hope you didn't mind my weird face there. Hindus. Right now? 2 p.m. Hindus right now? Right now? Wait, you gonna pick me up? You'd have to pick me up at the office. too far away. Just at Marando Matechnego. Yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah. Is that not reset? When we remove potions, we are updating the cauldron. Next time it's too cold to go outside. Is it cold? It's not cold. You gotta give me more warning. How about next week sometime, like Monday or Tuesday? Ingredient. Monday is okay. We can do Monday. Should work for me. Update Cauldron panel. Yeah, when are we calling update Cauldron? And update potion panel. Yeah, when we're removing potion ingredients from Cauldron. Maybe it's because if this is empty, it's not doing it? I can try. I can check to see if that's how it's doing it. Okay, let's debug. I'll drop an item in. Yep, it's launching. That's good. If I take it out, yeah, weird. Weird. Why is it doing that? Hmm. I don't know why that's doing that. For all intents and purposes, it should be setting those sliders back to midway. It's setting up those values correctly, but then it's just poof, gone. Let's put a little bit of, it's possible that because there's no ingredients that it's erroring out somewhere and the function isn't completing. So we'll just do if the length is equal to 0. We'll just return. Otherwise, do what you need to do. That's working. A little hard to see on the stream, probably. Must have been that. Okay, now is flavor average being taken into account correctly? Theoretically, the math looks fine. It looks like it should be doing it properly. Is something here like pretty sweet? Yeah, we really need like a hover over, and you can see its effects and flavor here, just so you can kind of get a really quick glance whether or not you made a mistake with adding something. So you don't have to take it out and then back and then come here. Let's add something that's like really high bitterness. Add two things that are pretty high bitterness. Mint and the lavender. Oh no, that's not high bitterness. That should result in a green bitterness, yeah. That's pretty nice. Fortifies my stamina and conjuration, but fucks over my mana a bit. Okay, but I think the average is working. That's the important thing, right? We have our average working for the moment. Tags will be really easy. I thought the flavor would be easy, but there was a little bit of a snag with those. Flavor or tags, however, should be pretty simple, I think. I think we can move this over. That's old. We don't need that. None of this is needed anymore for sure. I'm gonna move this down because when we comment this out, I just want some space to get those comments in. Okay. Tag time. Ingredient. For each loop. Like, I know that this is kind of, it's not very optimized. We probably should be just getting the ingredients once and doing everything we need to with them. Which we could do if we put them in sequence, right? So if we just do like up here, we just do a sequence 1, 2, 3 and put them all under the same for each loop. But since we're only working with 5 ingredients, this doesn't use too much shit. All right, get ingredients struct again. Break the data, break here. We have an array of tags for each loop. It'll be easiest if we have a separate array that we use here. Ocean tags. Tag, right? Alchemy tag. And we get, oh, that needs to be an array. Add unique. for each, and then at the end, you need to for each in this. God, this is such a. Actually, it's pretty organized. It's just it's a big blueprint. A lot of stuff here. Good though. We're doing a lot. There's a lot of stuff here. There's a lot to calculate, a lot to show. There's gonna be a lot of nodes, especially for math like this. You can't really get around math nodes. And really, by utilizing selects, we've actually trimmed up on a lot of nodes that we might need. There's just a lot of wires, but really this is, 5 nodes, no problem. We want to create widget. What were they called? Like tag or something? Alchemy tags. Xbox get add child to horizontal box. Here we want to get tag name, set text, bring text. Add that content. And I think we are ready to put our return node in finally. After like 4 hours of working on this one blueprint. Look at that. Look at that cascade. Ugh. Let's check the tags work though. So the tags should be pretty easy. It's just going to be adding in one tag, one unique tag for each thing. So like this is tagged with mushroom brown. This is mushroom red. If we add these two in the cauldron, it should say mushroom red brown, right? Mushroom red brown. Oh, I know why. It's because we need to clear the tags box up here. Get clear children. Minor mistake. Clear tags. Okay, now it should be mushroom red. And then it should just add brown. Yeah. Got our Ravage mana, we've got our flavor profile. We actually, it's bare bones. Very bare bones. We have our potions. We have our alchemy. Obviously, things like our tags, our placeholder, this is more of a system that we don't know how to utilize yet, but we think we will utilize. Effects and all that are placeholder too, balance is placeholder, but you can put ingredients in the cauldron, you can make potion. Obviously, there's no way to get it out. There's not much visually appealing here yet. But from a structural point of view and from being able to move ingredients and put them in there, you can do it. I'm actually I think there's a bug. I know. Shocking. Shouldn't the... Or is it this lavender that has something in common? I think it was this one. I don't think it's a bug. I thought it was a bug. This one has Fortified Conjuration and Stamina. This one has Fortified Conjuration and Stamina. No, there's no bug. There's no bug. It's just we put this lavender in instead of the dried one. And that's why we'll have more effects this time. Yeah. So now this is Ravage Mana 3, Slow 1, Fortify Stamina 1, Fortify Conjuration 1. And I'm not really happy with it clipping in, but that's a thing. That's just something we have to fix. That's a small thing. I think it looks pretty good. To do in-world UI for Cauldron content. Technically finished. This will be our next task. I think it will be pretty easy, but I need a break. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. So I'm gonna do that. We're gonna come back. We're gonna start working on this. Hopefully it should be easy. So BRB. Sorry about that, guys. Took longer than expected. Give me a sec. I have a bag for trash. Oh well. Ugh. That was annoying. Ew. Took a small break too. Went to the bathroom, stretched my legs a bit. We're back. We're good. Okay, how do we do this next part? Well, the good thing is the effects as buttons are all set up. Our main goal now is we have to hook up the... When the player hovers over the ingredient effect button, or the potion effect button, sorry. We're gonna have to get all children over here and do something with it. I don't really know what. Okay, that should be pretty easy. That should be pretty easy. We essentially just need to, like, if you're hovering over one of these, which we already have, it's just going to get all the ingredients on this side that match it, and it's going to show you which tier is being added by it. So I think we need a way to like dim and undim these, because I want it to be, you know, very noticeable, right? I think I could do an animation. Well, what don't we need open anymore now? We don't need this open. Probably don't need this open. Probably don't even need this open anymore, although I want to... Well, we can do that on Monday. Potion effect is what we need open. An on effect button on hovered and unhovered is what we need to do. And I want to set up... Not that. I want to set up some animation here, right? Document layout, there we go. Is there anything we can do with the, if I set this icon as something, let me just, for placeholder purposes, let me set it to lavender. Probably should get rid of this border, or just set its brushed non-existent, right? Might look better. We probably want to hide this button. So let's call this highlight on. Or we just call it highlight. God, that's massive. Why so big? On track B, remove. And we'll do visibility to hidden. We'll also have one called dim. And that's gonna be very, actually we can kind of just duplicate, right? So first, let's try to have a way to make this stand out, right? And I don't know if there is any good way we can make this stand out. Maybe just like a... Have it, the good thing is we have an overlay, so we can have something appear over this, like some text to show. We center it, center alignment, justification. This is going to be the tier of the effect, so it can kind of just be like a giant. I don't know, like 70's decent, I think. Yeah, I don't think we would need more than that, right? Skew. Oh. Okay, interesting. I do want an outline on it, but I don't want it to be super big. So this is going to be the tier. So T tier. That's got to be a variable. And I think for this animation too, we can make the highlight. Well, we want the tier to be visible. As normally it won't be. It will be collapsed. I mean, we can make it like pulse in size a bit, maybe just a little bit. Like every second. We need a new track for the font. Not the material, I want the font itself. Like the size of the font. Can I not change that? weird. I don't think I can change the font size. Yeah, there's actually no just straight ass font adjustment. Okay. I'd like to do some form of I don't know, maybe we can start like the color, the font color at white. And then it goes into yellow and then back. And it will just loop that. We probably shouldn't control visibility through this then, though. We'll control visibility through a function. Collapsed. Be remove. Visible. What happens if we disable the icon? It doesn't really change it anyway. Do something like that. Or tint. Can't really make it grayscale, can we? Probably not. Sadly. Okay, then let's make some functions here. Let's do release B. No, we don't need that. We need I do dim and I need it to play the animation. I don't think I can play animations, no, because they're latent actions because they need time. I need them to be events. Dim. Ingredient. We'll do one for highlight ingredient. That icon will set the we to revert to default or an opacity. It used to be between black and white. We kind of want it to be like really grayed out, essentially, or like just darkened and not really have as much of its color anymore. We almost need a couple events here. We need dim event, undim gradient, or reset gradient. Undim, I guess, works for now. Stop highlighting. Again, not the greatest, but fine. Okay, highlighting gradient should be easy. We just play this, and it should just loop. Play animation, number of loops to play, 0 is indefinite. Okay, easy. Stop highlighting gradient is just stop playing. Stop animation. We then just need to set the visibility of the... We probably need a tier input as well, so we need a integer. It's set text. Set tier to Roman. Not gonna worry too much about the spaghetti here. Also visibility, set visible. And hide the remove button. I guess technically like stop highlight and undim are the same thing. Hey Casper, how you doing? To reset or set ingredient normal. Hard task at work. Ooh, me too. I spent 4 hours in one blueprint today, setting up where is it? Did all this today. All this shit. Had a few bugs. Yeah, it was kind of nasty. But we got it sorted out. We got the math working. Works well. Works well, and it's flexible. It works with any ingredients we add, so beautiful shit. And now we're just doing a smaller task before the end of the day so that we have something really awesome to show for it. I mean, maybe if it'd be great if we could get something done. Oh, we could do it. We could do it. If we focus, we can. I think we can do a lot today, and we'll have something really awesome to show on Twitter and LinkedIn, and in the Discord, of course. Okay, stop animation, icon, hit icon, set the color and opacity back to white. And I think we want to hide these. These should both be collapsed. Visible, visible, remove, collapsed. Text, collapsed. Visibility of this, visible. Dim ingredient is just going to be icon and this just needs to be a dark gray. Okay, so when the player hovers over the effect, do what? We actually need to get the box, the ingredient box. And that would where? Need info icon. This we build in there, isn't it? Alchemy tag. Potion effect. Ingredient. Potion panel ingredient icon. We only store the icon, but I want to store the ingredient ID. Oops, not that. Okay, perfect. When the player hovers over it, we need to get everything, all the children in here. Get children. Get all children. For each loop, widget object, we need to cast to an ingredient. Highlight ingredient. We send the T. We could save the effect here. The effect here, and then when we create this widget, set effect here. We found a Cauldron potion panel. What? Ocean effect widget. Oh, because I probably needed to compile that first. Yeah, we're okay. Ocean highlight ingredient. We then need to get all children. No, that's not how we want. Ocean effect. These are potion panel ingredient icon. How's that? We need to build an array. Probably should be in a function. Highlight ingredients. For each, get the ingredient ID. Save it to an array. Ingredients to highlight. Fname array. Oops. Add unique. Again, we already do make sure that it's unique, but nothing wrong with putting some extra security on there. Okay, now we need to get the alchemy table. I could just get all actors or get actor of class with the alchemy table, but no, we could do it. Or on begin play, we just tell it to save a ref of itself. Right, that might just be the easiest. Just like we do here, the Cauldron ingredients panel. We'll just ocean effect. No, what we can do is just do a BPI. Function. That'll be get Cauldron potion panel? Cauldron ingredient panel. Output Cauldron ingredients panel reference. Probably not the smoothest way to do this, but it will work. Cauldron contents, get widget, ask to Cauldron ingredients panel. This is the right one, right? Yes. Then we could do the get actor of class alchemy table not robust and one table. Just to be sure, get Cauldron ingredients panel message stuff. Get all. We need the get. What's it called? What's the panel called? Ingredient panel. Get all children for each. I think we would need to still ask to Cauldron ingredient. We don't save the ingredient ID, right? God, I kind of wish we did. Cauldron checker logic. Add ingredient to Cauldron. Update Cauldron panel. Update Cauldron. Create the widget. We do have the ID. We could save it there. Be the easiest way to do it. Just compare IDs. look more ridiculous, but fine. Okay, we don't need that, don't need that. Might need that. This should all be set up properly, might not be. Potion effect. Get ingredient ID. For each loop. I don't think we need to do break. There's only gonna be 5. Shouldn't need to. B was ingredient found. Boolean boy. Set. Is equal, yes or no. I think we do need to do a break. We do need to do a break. For each loop with break. I still don't know if you're supposed to use for each loops with break like this. Normally you don't want execution notes traveling backwards. I don't think there's a problem with it. I don't really know why there would be. A little scuffed. Branch, and if successful, need to highlight ingredient, otherwise we dim ingredient. Oh, damn it. Back. I think we return here. This happens when the player hovers over the effect. on unhovered, we need to set ingredients to normal. This will be this. Okay, parts of this are working as intended. Yeah, let's see if that works. Oh, it's setting the same tier. Yeah, that's not what we want. Highlight in okay, because we're saving the effect tier, we need the actual ingredient tier. Cauldron ingredient ID. Don't want the tier in here. I don't think we need to save the tier actually, now that I think about it. Right? Hold on. Find references. That's not necessary. Or I don't think this is necessary. You need the actual ingredient. Get ingredient struct. Break that data type state. Oh wait, it's in display, isn't it? It's in effects. more complicated than I thought. You actually need to know which effect it's belonging. I don't think we're building this part of it up with very good foundation. We're doing a lot of patchy blueprint work. This is probably going to need refactoring. I guess like when we hover over the effect, yeah, but when we create the effect widget here, we should tell it which effect and tier it is actually being applied. Current effect ID and current effect tier. We could create a structure. Let me make that structure. We just make a literal, right? Let's do, instead of effect tier, what effect? Structure effect. And parse default values. Fine, you don't need to parse default value. Set effect. Make as effect. We can do effect ID and effect tier. Okay, now it knows exactly which effect it is. And the tier. So we're gonna do a for each loop. Until these are equal. Oh, not that version of equal. That version of equal. A branch. True. We'll do a break here too. I'm gonna switch this to a break. Damn it, get out of here. We need this tier. That should handle it. I think that should handle it. Oh, okay, let's see. Definitely both don't add tier 2, I think. Or do they? No, that one adds 4, that one adds 2. Still. This should be saving the right effect. Do we want to get that one? I might have just mixed up which ones we want to grab. Yes. Okay. Okay, now we're golden. Ooh, okay, yeah, that's some really nice user feedback right there. Could be better. It's very basic right now, but that's some nice feedback. And when we add the panel up here to it, I think it'll be even better. That's a really good start. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. I don't want to start anything else for today. I think we've made really good progress. I don't see any bugs. What we did. We've been pretty good about fixing bugs as we go, and just making sure everything is set up well. So let me do a little bit of cleaning up. Primarily with like this. Leave your panels and exit the function if array is empty. Okay, that's good. How do we define this massive ass shit? Move everything down first. That's correct. Well, this does a lot of things. We need to break this up into sub bits too. gets all ingredients, checks tiers, takes the lowest, effect tiers available. Actually, it takes the highest. Highest effect tier available that exists on more than one ingredient. Pretty much everything it does. And then this bit here adds or creates, sets up arrays for ingredient icons below effect. If effect doesn't exist, add to array. Here, this in spaghetti here. Yeah, it's an effect exists more than once. Calculate best tier to use. It's so hard to avoid spaghetti in math nodes. So difficult. Try to add unique effect to array and branch on result. Don't really need to do this, just kind of checking nodes. Get actual effect tiers to show. This creates the effect widget. Create effect widget and icons, then add to correct box. Add all flavor values to arrays. Get average of each array and state flavor sliders. Get ingredient tags and add them to an array. Add tags from array to box. Get me the fuck out of here. That's my favorite comment. Okay, I think this was great. We did everything we fucking wanted to today. Better yet, it is working without noticeable bug. Could look a little better. Could be a little bit bigger in some cases, especially like the potion info panel. I think it's a little small, and we're still missing the panel above. I was hoping to get to that today, but I kind of assumed we wouldn't have enough time. But we're gonna do that on Monday, and that's so that when you hover over an ingredient here in this panel, it will give you just its effects and flavor. That way you don't have to take it out and then, you know, like right click on here and get zoomed in. Yeah, it looks fucking great. We almost have our mini game finished here, at least for the, you know, prototype version, right? And then I can start distributing that to people and just see what they think. There's a couple of things I'd like to do, like making it so that, like, we have this dried lavender, right? But it'd be really cool if there were things on the table that allowed you to perform those actions. At least just show that we want the player to, you know, this table is their all-in-one station for crafting potions, manipulating ingredients. This is where they go to do all of that. Yeah, apart from that, I think this was really successful. Looks great. I'm going to, you know, end the stream kind of soonish. And then what I'm going to do is get a recording of this and throw it up on our Twitter, on LinkedIn, on Discord. Just as a good end of week update about how things are going. Maybe it wasn't as, you know, visually significant as the previous week, but we're not even 2 weeks, like 14 days into making this. And I think the prototype of what we have here is, it's pretty in-depth and it's very stable, of course. You know, we've been fixing all the bugs as we go, just so that it's actually functional and isn't frustrating to use. adding in important bits of quality of life and things to help the user experience in ways that are good for it. Yeah, and I think it's good. I think it's good. I don't know what you guys think. Apart from I wish this were bigger. I wish this were just a wee bit bigger. I can do that. That's really quick to do actually. What's its scale? Potion info panel scale. Set this before. Maybe we could go up to 0.8, 0.08, I mean. Pretty big though. Especially if you get all that shit in there too, yeah. Ooh. Then it's gonna be too big, especially with the tags. As long as nothing is cut off, I don't mind it kind of looking a bit silly. Yeah, those tags are still cut off. I think we can move it up to like there. That looks really silly. It looks silly, but guess what? Nothing is cut off, so I'll take it. Yeah, we got a lot of good logic here. All right then, guys. I'm gonna have to call it for the day, though. We'll get today's VOD up, and then yesterday's 2 VODs up too on YouTube. I'll do that before I leave. But thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for talking to me, helping me through today's work. We did a lot of good stuff. We're gonna have to jump in next week and start planning things, especially because we are planning to do a little bit of gaming tomorrow, or on Wednesday, I mean, of next week. Let me see, we did dev stream full day today. Oh, I'm on view only. Well, you know what, I'm gonna update it afterwards. You can get the stream schedule in our Discord anyway, so I just have to log in and around with that. So I'll do that over the weekend, and we'll get a proper schedule up. And yeah, thank you guys so much. I'm gonna see you guys on Monday. And have a really nice weekend. Stay warm, stay dry. Have something good to eat and drink. Take care, guys. See ya.